Were you in another meeting and I closed you out of that meeting? Alfredo, can you hear me? Alfredo, can you hear? Test one, two, three, test one, two, three. Good evening.
Good evening. Sorry, Zoom for some reason always updates right as you're trying to log in. It's like, hurry, hurry, hurry. I forgot you do this.
Every time. Yeah, Alfredo's having problems with his sound. Can you hear Kate? I thought it was my sound. Can you hear Kate? No. Kate, I can hear you fine.
I can hear Alfredo.
I would say log out. Even though it's only his audio. Hmm. And today we will not have, hmm, we will not have, excuse me, we will not have Audrey.
Hi, Kate. Sorry, Donna.
Hi,
I was looking for the email you emailed me and only looking at your official email. I didn't know it was your Yahoo email. I'm going to take it now and keep it.
my Yahoo email.
Yeah, you had emailed me.
What did I email you for?
This is your Yahoo email. It was a link in class. You had sent it to me.
Oh, yes,
So
yes, yes,
I'm
yes.
not used to this email from you. So
That's right. You're not used to
so
that
I
from
was
me.
looking at it. I'm just going to put it in the syllabus, this one.
You save it. It's gonna explode one day.
I was like, wait a minute. Then I just said, okay, let me just put everything that came from you. Then I saw, oh, the Yahoo. Let me check Yahoo.
Alfredo is having audio issues, and I did not clarify, Kate, with you and Alice when I said we were switching weeks, if that meant you were gonna also do the spiritual reflection. We were switching the whole schedule. So who, I didn't know. We didn't say, Kate. We didn't clarify it. So who's prepared to do the spiritual reflection today? Okay. Is that okay, Alice? So that means,
Yeah, it was Kate before me anyway. So
okay, good.
Yeah, I
So
was
that's
thinking
right.
in
So it'll stay
order,
that way.
not date. So that's good. It worked
Good.
out.
We're good to, that's good. So we're not expecting Audrey. Alfredo, do you have sound now? I guess that means no. Tried to get some brighter colors. I don't think I could get any brighter. Still, Alfredo, we can't hear you. I think you're talking, but we can't hear you.
Let me see right now. I'm testing.
Yes, now we
Right,
can hear
perfect.
you. Wonderful. All right. So the gang is all here and we can start. And we'll start with the spiritual reflection. And if Audrey was here, I would ask her if she was able to find the evaluation form, but all of you have seen the evaluation form? Okay. Okay. Take it away, Kate.
All right, so Alfredo did this with me last time, but I do this standing. So all of you are going to have to stand up with me to participate in this.
Okay.
If it needs to be modified due to injury, you can stay sitting. This is a very mild exercise. I just like to do it standing in this
Okay.
particular class because
Okay.
most of us have sat a lot in our day. Feel free to hang on to a table or a chair, or if you're most comfortable, just remain sitting and do your best with the exercises. So we're going to start first just by taking a couple of deep breaths. And if you feel so inclined, you can move your arms with your breath, inhaling, reaching your hands up to the ceiling, and exhaling. And inhaling, and exhaling. And one more, go ahead and let those ribs open. And you're gonna reach through the right side of your body and the left side of your body. And again, the right, nice big stretch, lifting the ribs off the hips. And the left. And both fingers up to the ceiling. Tickle the ceiling with your fingertips and exhale. Press your hands down. Add a little bit of firmness as your hands come back to your sides. Just notice as your hands touch the sides of your hips, you're going to tip your right ear to your right shoulder and ever so slightly reach your right arm down the right side of your body. If you're standing, go ahead and soften your knees just a little bit. And back to vertical. And over to the left ear to the left shoulder. Reach your left arm down the side of your body, getting a little bit of stretch through the right as you move. Again, bending those knees if it's comfortable for you. Right ear to the right side, and again, reaching those right fingertips down to the floor, softening both knees. Back up to stacked. Left ear to the left shoulder, reaching down, up to stacked. I'm going to ask you to pretend you have a big Sharpie marker on the inside of your shoulder blades. You're just going to write your name, really any name you choose, any style of letters you like, but go ahead and let those shoulders move to the fullness of your ability. And once you've finished writing your name, go ahead and give a little extra shrug to the shoulders, shake them out just a bit. Let that movement travel down through your elbows into your forearms and your fingertips, and everything shakes out together. If you're standing, go ahead and move from side to side on your feet. If you're sitting, go ahead and just give a little swing through your hips. And from here, we're just going to twist gently, a nice gentle spine movement, side to side. Maybe your arms start a little closer. You can see if you can let them go. Just let them flop around as you move. And connect your movement for a minute with your breath. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Inhaling as you cross the midline. Exhaling as you get to the outer edge of your own range of motion. Here we go for 5, 4. See if you can add that exhale. Really see if you can hear the sound of it. 3, 2, 1, and back to center. Deep breath in, fingertips up to the ceiling, and right where you are, pull your belly button to your spine, bend over and unstack your spine one vertebra at a time. Reaching your hands all the way down to the floor, pausing at your low point. Just notice where you are today. You're tight, if you feel stretchy, how far your hands are away from the ground. And just for a minute, appreciate your tightness, your strength, your ability to be right where you are. Take a deep breath in. And exhale, draw that belly button to your spine. Roll yourself back up one vertebra at a time. Nice and slow and easy, coming all the way to vertical. Give a little extra push to those shoulders back as you open your chest. And again, deep breath in. Belly button to spine. Unstack those spine bones all the way down, pouring over like a waterfall, all the way down to your lowest point, and just pause for a minute and hang. No judgment, no need to reach the floor, no goal in mind. Just feel that stretch through the back of the body, and exhale, belly button to spine. Roll yourself back up, all the way to vertical. Deep breath in, fingertips up to the ceiling. Exhale, bring your palms into your chest. Go ahead and find your chair. If you're not sitting already, have a seat. And you're just gonna let your head drop, your gaze fall forward. If you're comfortable, go ahead and close your eyes all the way or partially close them. Take your palms and put them on your thighs. If you're feeling open and curious, go ahead and turn those palms up to the ceiling. If you're feeling like you need a little bit of grounding, a little bit of extra measure of peace today, turn those palms down. And then just add a little bit of weight of your hand into your legs. Sit up a little bit straighter than you may have been just a moment before. Connect your belly button to your spine again. And you're just gonna breathe into your belly, into your body. And as your breath moves inside of you, notice at this stage a part of your body that needs attention. Send your breath to that space. Visualize oxygen flowing. You can move your hands to that spot if you feel like that would feel good for you. And just give it a little awareness and care, just for a few seconds. And then transition your attention to something in your body, some part of your body that you're extra grateful today, that worked well for you, that feels good, that you're proud of. And just go ahead and pause and affirm that part of you, whether with words or breath or imagery or touch. If you want to move your hands to that part of your body as you honor it, feel free. And then back your attention out just a little bit. And as you breathe, notice the space you occupy in this world. Notice how you feel about taking up space right where you are with this particular group of people. What emotions arise for you right now as you breathe in and out? Please be open to considering your emotions, naming them without judgment. And if you can, simply try to receive them as part of your story for today. I have a poem here by one of my favorite poets, Muslim author Rumi. Please continue to breathe and listen as I read it to you. I'll pause for a bit of silence at the end to make space for you to reflect. This poem is called Story Water. A story is like water that you heat for your bath. It takes messages between the fire and your skin. It lets them meet and it cleans you. Very few can sit down in the middle of the fire itself like a salamander or Abraham. We need intermediaries. A feeling of fullness comes, but usually it takes some bread to bring it. Beauty surrounds us, but usually we need to be walking in a garden to know it. The body itself is a screen to shield and partially reveal the light that's blazing inside your presence. Water, stories, the body, all the things we do are mediums that hide and show what's hidden. Study them and enjoy this being washed with a secret we sometimes know and then not. And then I'll ask you to take a deep breath and just bring your awareness back to this moment, this conversation, this class. Allow your eyes to open, your position to shift. And I'll close now with a blessing. May the light inside your presence blaze on. Thank you, my friends, for reflecting with me. How was this experience for you?
Thank you, Kate. Thank you. Now open for reflection and feedback and answering your question.
I'm trying to download the question. I did not download it. Sorry, somebody else could come. Donna, were you saying something? You're muted.
Do you want me to share it on the screen or have you found it?
No, can you share if you don't mind?
Sure. Oh, can you see it? Are you able to see it? Yes? Okay.
Yes, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mm. Okay, thank you really so much. I needed that exercise.
Mhm.
My body has been tense trying to prepare for a plenary lecture for tomorrow that I really, it's like, it's a welcome exercise. So I really appreciate that. Yeah, and I really appreciate that it's truly interfaith and that anyone can be drawn into it. And you don't need to be from a particular faith perspective to be drawn into it. So in that sense, it's truly interfaith, and it's really also attend to the questions on diversity. Doesn't assume one faith at all. Everyone could identify with that. Um, so thank you very much. And I think it's very different. And I like that. I'd like to discover new ways of doing interfaith, which is experiential. It's not just theoretical, it's very experiential. So thank you for bringing the experiential component to it. I think it's like something is your forte to bring experience into what we are doing. That's why we could do conversations about ourselves, which was good. So thank you for that very much. Um, One question I'll ask though is it might not be even necessary in the questionnaire or what is expected. In the beginning, I don't know who is the audience. Wasn't stated. The exercise itself drew every audience to it, but I wonder whether it would not be helpful in the beginning to identify the audience so that we know who the interfaith reflection is really targeting. If it's just interfaith, fine, but that something be said in the beginning. Again, as I said, I don't know if that is expected or not, um, because of that. Yeah, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Alice. Would you be able to just give me like a little example of what you mean by just an opening line so I kind of understand where you're going with that?
Yeah, like for instance, in the beginning, saying something that this interfaith in reflection, well, this is the audience I'm assuming in doing this interfaith reflection. Um, or if it's just like I'm going to draw everyone in. So you don't expect that you're going anywhere in terms of identifying and locating yourself within one faith tradition, which is good because it was any faith tradition. You can substitute any faith tradition with that. Yeah.
Thank you.
But when I look at the questionnaire, though, it doesn't have anything with respect to that. So it looks it's not really necessary. Time wise, if you want 20 minutes, I'll keep doing it because my body needed it. But again, that's a side issue.
Yeah, I had a little bit longer, but we started and I didn't pay attention to the exact starting minute. So I was trying to think, oh, did we start close to 40, close to 36? I can't remember. So I kind of erred on the side of less just in case. But yes, I could give you
But
20 minutes anytime, Alice, no problem.
You were 13 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So roughly close. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kate, for the reflection, for the exercise. For me, it was great, All my muscles were straight, the breathing, it's amazing. Sometimes we need it. We needed those kind of exercise, those kind of reflections, because make on the whole body, even the mind, being in a good space. I feel so peaceful, so relaxing. My muscles, everything. Thank you for the reflection.
I have another quick question. I think it's somehow is misnomer when we say interfaith reflection, because it's not just when somebody say reflection, it's very theoretical. Except in the term in the same way. That is not for you, Kate, but I think it might be expanded so that one know that it's spiritual exercises, they're also reflections, so that it's not construed in the traditional sense of reflection.
Kate, would you like to respond to that and share your perspective?
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. I think words like interfaith and reflection probably have different underlying meanings for all of us. I can say from my perspective, I interpreted interfaith to mean all faith is welcome. And reflection, I think for me, again, and I say this coming from a PT background where I work with people who had chronic pain and degenerative disease, a lot of times I've found people don't have words for things that they're going through. And sometimes just to be in a body, to embody what one's feeling, whether it's pain or crankiness or gladness or freedom, those things are linked, our reflection here. So it's not just a headspace, but our body. And sometimes just creating awareness around that. For example, if I had a hard day and I'm talking to you like this, and I don't know, I'm talking to you like this, I'm just talking to you, but you see my shoulders are by my ears, there's a physical hallmark of what it is that I carry into the space. So part of it for me in reflection is just kind of untangling that a little bit and letting them be in conversation with one another, less about the head game. That's just how I thought of it. I don't know right or wrong, and I'm sure there's 10 other great ways to think about it. That was kind of what was in my mind.
That's so beautiful, Kate. Thank you so much. Yeah, again, with as you rightly say, different people interpret it really differently, and it's very welcome. And I think that is what the hallmark of our diverse ways of looking at things. But on the books, though, again, this is not us. It is like Donna and those who created it. That phrase, was it, what did you mean? Because I love what Kate just did, right? It's an embodied reflection. It's not reflection as construed when, like me in my space, students write reflection papers every week. For reflection for them is theoretical. It's not embodied reflection. I don't know if one day the suggestion at the end of CPE, this CPE we might suggest to add reflection or embodied reflection, so that it's very clear that both are construed. It's not just the head people come and think this is what it is, the embodied one come and think this is what it is. That we both have ways of understanding. Again, those are my suggestions for clarity.
I appreciate that. We would need more than just head and body because that wouldn't cover everything. But it is intended to be as inclusive and exhaustive as your imaginations are. So I think that's a wonderful feedback to find out if there are ways we can describe it and make it even more inclusive without giving examples. Because as soon as you give examples, something else happens. So thank you for that feedback. Did anyone have any barriers to experiencing the reflection?
My bone could not get me down to the floor. So those are my barriers, which tells me I need to do more exercise, to be very honest.
I had a curiosity when you invited us to sort of become aware of our feelings. Were you expecting us to speak them aloud or to just hold them within? Were you inviting us to state them? I didn't.
I don't know that I had an expectation there. It was more just the noticing piece. Because sometimes we don't stop and pay attention to a thing in a moment, but speak aloud or keep inside. I don't know that it would have mattered. I think most people don't speak it aloud, but I've had people speak it aloud too, or even make sounds. Sometimes I've done it where I ask people to make sounds like ah or something that just like pushes all the air out of their lungs,
Right.
and then take an inhale or pick a note and hum it as you go in and out, something like that. I didn't do that here, but there's definitely room for it in the exercise. It depends on the crowd too. Sometimes if you have a really musical crowd or a creative crowd, you can invite a dance move or a song, or everybody says a word at once or something like that, depending on the playfulness of the group.
Thank you. I think that's a very helpful thing. Every opportunity we have to sort of figure out what we're feeling. So I was like, oh, this is very helpful. Let me see if I can find a feeling word. Because the first thing that came to mind was I'm tired, but I'm like, no, that's not a feeling. So great. I also appreciated the poem and you telling me the author. I think I needed to hear it twice. I was like, it was, yeah. So thank you for that too. Any other comments for Kate? All right. Thank you, Kate. Thank you very much. So we, as you know, are sharing our learning goals. Let me put some light on. I'm always amazed at how I can't see. But I am that person that goes around the house turning out lights. So makes sense that I'm often sitting in the dark. Okay, that's a little better. So we're going to share our spiritual care giving statement and our contract for learning goals. And I think it's helpful to give space between the two for some conversation. So I would encourage you when you're presenting to do that, to give us time to comment. And please do email it to me.
Sorry, can you say that again? I think I missed it. Between the spiritual statement and the goals, time to comment, or pause at
Right.
points throughout? Okay,
No, just between the two.
thank you.
Gives us a little smaller amount to try to reflect on. Thank you. All right. Whoever would like to go first.
Okay, in my syllabus say it's gonna be next week, the statement of spiritual caregiving and the contract learning goals. Today is the 17th.
Right. So last week, because Audrey is not going to be with us today, I felt missing everything that was scheduled for the 17th would be very difficult for her to make up. So we agreed to switch the
I'm sorry,
17th
I was
and the
lost.
24th.
I was lost in that.
That's okay.
I don't have yet my goals, but I have
Okay.
my statement of spiritual care. If you want
Okay.
me, I can start with that one.
Sure. That's great.
Okay. All right. I'm going to share the screen.
Should be able to. Yeah.
Okay, can you see it? Down.
Almost.
Just let me
There.
move this little bit. I want to see the full screen. How's that? Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Okay, this is my statement of spiritual caregiving by CPE Unit 2B. And okay, my name is Alfredo Saavedra, originated from Mexico City, Mexico. I'm the eldest of 5 siblings. And 1984, I immigrated to the United States, where my spiritual journey underwent a significant transformation. Raised within the Catholic tradition, I experienced a conversion to Christianity at the age of 26. This pivotal moment not only reshaped my personal faith, but also marked the beginning of my vocational commitment to ministry. Soon after my conversation, I began serving as a youth pastor, a role that introduced me to both the challenge and opportunities of spiritual leadership. During this period, I also met my wife Alejandra, with whom I shared the blessing of raising three sons, Ismael, Andrew, and Mati. My pastoral identity has been shaped by the interplay of family, ministry, and community engagement. For the past 13 years, I have served as an assistant pastor at Centro Casa de Vida, a Spanish-speaking congregation in Santa Barbara, California, where I collaborate with my brother in shepherding a diverse faith community. Additionally, for nearly 2 years, I have served as a full-time chaplain at Marian Regional Medical Center in Santa Maria, California. In this capacity, I provide holistic spiritual care within a pluralistic healthcare environment, integrating theological reflection with clinical practice. Having spent many years in pastoral ministry, I continue to reflect on what I could have done better, and I decided to continually learn. There are, of course, my many facts of ministry. As an alt vocation, preaching is only one part of the pastoral work, while daily care, counseling, hospital visit, weddings, and funerals occupies a significant point of time. This experience reminds me that presence, compassion, and service often speak louder than words. Psalms 23:4 has become a guiding text in my understanding of ministry. Even though I walk to the darkness, to the dark valley, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. This verse provides a theological framework for pastoral and chaplaincy care that can be understood in three complex dimensions. I walk through the darkness of valley. Even human life involves passage through valley of fear, loss, and uncertainty. These moments of darkness are part of the human condition, and pastoral care seeks to accompany individuals through them, recognizing the individual of those experiences, allow ministry to respond with empathy, guidance, and support. For you are with me. God's presence offers assurance amid life's challenge. Chaplains and pastoral embodies this presence by walking along those facing uncertain illness or even the prospect of death. Through attentive listening, compassionate engagement, and shared spiritual practice, we remind others that they are not alone in their vulnerability. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. Comfort manifests through both action and presence. The chaplain's role is to be a tangible expression of God's care, whether through prayer, touch, silence, or compassion, offering peace, courage, and hope in times of despair. Pastoral activity engaged in pastoral care within the church remain connected to the body of Christ while fostering the spiritual growth of their congregation. Effective pastoral care addresses the whole person, physical, emotional, and spiritual, reflecting the holistic nature of God's concern for humanity. Physically, Scriptures emphasize care for the vulnerability as an essential expression of faith. Jeremiah 22:16 declares, He defends the cause of the poor and need, and so all went well. Is that not what it means to know me, declares the Lord? James reinforced this in the New Testament. Suppose a brother or a sister is without clothing and daily food. If one of you say them, go in peace, keep warm and well fed, but does nothing about their physical needs, what good is it? In the same way, faith by itself, it is not. Accompanied by action is dead. James say, often a handshake or a hug communication more healing than words alone. Touching both the soul and the body, this principle is affirmed in Mark. They will take up serpents, and if they drink anything deadly, it will not hurt them. They will lay hands on the sick, and they will recover. Physical care integrates action, presence, and faith in tangible ways. Emotional suffering is universal, and the world's present challenge that test our resilience. The Psalms and the Sermons on the Mountain provide guidance for navigating these struggles. Jesus modeled emotional care when he met Mary, the sister of Lazarus, listening attentively and respond compassionately to her grief without reproaching. Pastoral care honors emotion, allowing individuals to express feelings authentically while providing comfort and understanding. Spiritual care addresses the deepest human need, encountering the gospel and expressing God's presence. Teaching a church conference has offered me to provide the privilege of engage with communities that demonstrate profound faith, relying on the Lord to meet their needs. I often acknowledge it. I know the Bible technically better than you do, but you know Jesus intimately better than I do. Engaging spiritual with these communities challenge that renews my own faith, inspiring a desire to leave a lasting legacy in the church for the glory of God. Through this experience and reflection, I continue to develop a theology and pastoral presence that brings congregational ministry and chaplaincy. My goal is to embody compassionate care, cultural sensitivity, and theological depth in serving to both the church and the wider community, leaving a faithful legacy that proclaims the gospel and manifests it through the quiet, profound work of walking with the people in their moments of greater needs. This is my longest statement of spiritual care. And I choose that picture. Jesus walk alone by the sheep. We cannot change nothing, but we can walk with them where they are. That's all I have it.
Thank you. Let's give Alfredo some feedback.
Alfredo, that was beautiful. Thank you. I've had the privilege of being in class with you before, so I've seen your statement evolve in many good ways, and this is so impressive. I want to say I especially appreciate your inclusion of the emotional piece of who you are and what you do. I think you've always been really gifted in that capacity, and you haven't necessarily articulated it in ways that shared that gifting with all of us. And I listened to this particular statement, and I'm just struck by how it shows up in you, where it comes from in you, and how you use it in the world. I really like how you laid it out. And I actually really appreciated how you laid it out next to the physical piece. Personally, for me, I think you keep going down. Just because, again, I see all of these in conversation with one another. And I think you did a lovely job of bringing all of that together. So thanks for this beautiful piece of work you've done.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
I feel this is very beautiful, as Kate said. Call with her very much. I really like the holistic approach that you take in. You are not just addressing, it's not one level, it is both the physical, the emotional, the spiritual, the whole embodied experience that you're bringing to the fore. And I really like your picture. I love it. It's really, it mirrors the heart of chaplaincy, which is walking alongside, right? I don't know who is the sheep and who is that one, Jesus. Anyway, but it encompasses, it really underlines what chaplaincy is all about. You walk alongside. And if you look at that, the picture is very hermeneutic interpretation of it. It's like one person is not in front of the other. They're really walking alongside. I don't know, the sheep is a little bit in front, but it really is like walking alongside. You are not in front, you're not behind, but you are alongside in the real sense of the word. So I love that. Who you are in terms of I've done a whole unit with you. I see how you embody chaplaincy, not just something you do as a job, I would say, quote unquote, but it's something you do vocationally, and you embody what you're doing. And it's not just it's not a compartmentalized person that goes into those rooms, but it's a person who goes as whole person, the emotional, the spiritual intertwine in one, and the way you are doing it. So I would say it speaks to your experience. It speaks to your own developmental stage of spirituality coming from Mexico, that whole journey that has forced you to the man you are today. It's beautiful to see. And as you always say, we are all work in progress, and it's like it continues. The story continues. It's not ended. It's still open-ended for new chapters of it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alice. I really appreciate your words.
Is
Yeah.
there any particular part of it you want more reflection or any specific feedback from us?
Not really. I just share my thoughts.
Yeah,
If you have something to tell me, I'm gonna appreciate.
right. I think your orienting system is so clear and it's so woven throughout. Um, and there's just a consistency. And I love even your image of the expression you had, vocational commitment to ministry, which you really do embody that. This notion of, you wrote, a tangible expression of God's care. Again, just so consistent with throughout in terms of your work as a chaplain that I've been privileged to experience, and your work here in the group. So I just want to honor that, because sometimes we fracture, and you are not, and Alice has pointed that out as well. I'm curious because I've seen you've talked about navigating the space where hands are laid on the sick and they do not recover. So share a little bit of that.
Yeah, I want to share something because in my experience, sometimes a touch is more healing, bring more healing to the people than the words. Sometimes it's all they need. When the scripture say you're gonna lay hands on them, okay? Sometimes the church take so, how can I say the word? They made the scripture so spiritually, but it's more human. It's more human than spiritual, that thing. because in a hug, same it's more meaning for the people in need when you give it to them a hug than sometimes when you say a word. So healing by the presence and by the touching, for me, is more efficient sometimes than when we say something. Because most of the time we try to say something when the people are in need. And most of the time we don't have to say nothing. Sometimes to put the hand on the shoulder brings more healing than doing nothing. Sometimes I shake hands, say more than I forgive you or a hug. And for me, it's so important, to be in touch with those, to make some kind of physical connection.
Thank you. Thank you. I have heard you say before that line about I know the Bible
Yeah.
technically better
No.
than you.
But you know Jesus better than me
How,
because I
how
say
is it?
that.
Say that.
Let me see.
And then say a little more about that.
Yeah, because sometimes as a preacher, as a pastor, we think that we know Jesus. But sometimes the people know more Jesus than us. We know the word, but do not make us know more Jesus than the people. And we have to lower our pride and see that sometimes the people know. Maybe they know that they know a little bit of Bible, but they can know more Jesus in person. Maybe they can have more experience than us. So I never assume that I know more Jesus than them. I never assume that. I know maybe I know more Bible than them, but doesn't mean I know more Jesus than them. Because I have only the word. They have the experience. And always I approach to people asking God to teach me something. Always I approach myself knowing that God is going to teach me something through them. I never approach to the people thinking I am the teacher, I am the pastor, I am the man of God. No, God correct me in that way. So when I enter into the room, I always say, God, surprise me, teach me something. And believe me, He always do that to me in so many ways. But I'm gonna say that I never assume that because I know the Bible, I know God.
Well said. So that's part of your statement of ministry as well. What you
Yes,
just described about, hey, when I enter the room, this is my theological orientation. God surprised me. God teach me something. That's powerful. Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments, feedback? Okay, then we can stop there, Alfredo, and we're going to take like a 10-minute break and we'll find a time sometime next week for
yeah,
you to share your goals.
yes,
Okay.
perfect.
All right, thank you. Let's take a
Thank
10-minute
you.
break, everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Almost, Alice, almost.
I was actually sitting here. So Kate beat me to it.
Ah,
Kate, we had the last two evening, Lisa, she's always first to come back. And I tried to beat her, not even once. She wouldn't let me.
Don't worry, I'll let you, Alice, if I have that option. After the 30-minute self-care one, I'll be the last one here for sure.
appreciate that you said 30 minutes self-care, whatever. Well said. Well said. All right, Alfredo will hopefully be returning soon. Who would like to go next? There he is.
I
We can
don't mind
rock,
going.
paper,
Kate,
scissors,
you want to
Alice.
go? Kate, you want to go? You can go.
I was gonna say we can do rock, paper, scissors if you want.
I will go for goals. You can go for spiritual case statement. Yeah.
Okay, I can go. Let me share. You see that? Okay.
Yes.
So I made a couple notes in italic over the break that Alfredo prompted me to think about. So those are just for my own future piece of things. So I'll work with what I already had written for this class. In my work as a correctional chaplain, I hold the deep conviction that every person, regardless of past choices, present circumstances, or future uncertainty, possesses inherent dignity and worth. I believe this dignity isn't something earned or lost, it's part of our shared humanity. Recognizing the dignity means I must slow down, listen closely, and receive people as they are without pretense and judgment. This is not always easy. In the walls and routines of incarceration, people often carry deep wounds, complex histories, and difficult questions. I believe that drawing from a deeper spiritual well, whether through specific faith traditions like Christianity, Islam, or native spiritual practices, for example, through meditation, mindfulness, or embodied ritual, or simply through reconnecting with one's inner self, can provide a lifeline in difficult times. A connection with something outside of ourselves, however named, can offer meaning, resilience, and sometimes a glimpse at healing. As a chaplain, it is not my role to evaluate anyone's past. My calling is to be present, to hear stories with care, to walk alongside people in pain, and to honor the sacredness of our human journeying, even in the most broken places. I believe that some people find healing and transformation, and some may not, and that both paths are worthy of respect. We, as fellow human beings, can help one another broker hope in small, quiet ways, whether it's through a shared prayer, a sacred text, a word of encouragement, or sitting in silence. I've seen hope take root even in hard soil. Sometimes there are no answers to give, only presence. Presence, when offered with humility and compassion, can be a powerful balm. I believe that chaplaincy calls for intention, whether I'm engaging with someone in deep spiritual reflection or simply asking how their day is going. I try to remain grounded in compassion. All of us, including me, spend our lifetimes learning what it means to love our neighbors. especially neighbors who challenge us. This ongoing learning reminds me to reach for and receive grace repeatedly. In my own Christian faith, I believe that all are welcome at God's table. This welcome does not exclude anyone. I believe for myself that in Christ all things are being made whole, even when wholeness is hidden or slow or hard to imagine from where we stand today. Correctional chaplaincy is not about fixing people, it's about walking with them for a season. It is sacred work that holds space for pain, for questions, for faith, and for the possibility of newness. I'll pause here for your comments. I have goals below, but I'm just making space for that if anyone has thoughts.
This is extremely beautiful, Kate. Thank you so much. It's so beautiful. I really admire how you do this in correctional in the correctional space. I don't want to say correctional facility because it's too much baggage to that. Even naming spaces are very important. I've always admired how you do this, and I think hopefully this unit I'll get to understand and learn more about how you actually embody this on a day-to-day basis. What are the biggest challenges you experience with that? But you have a very passionate spiritual care philosophy or statement. I love it. I love that phrase. We as fellow human beings can help one another broker hope in small, quiet ways. Whether it's through shared prayer, a secret text, a word of encouragement, sit silence. I've seen hope take root even in hard soil. That's really beautiful. And then and you also said something about sometimes there's no transformation that happens. Sometimes nothing happens at all, but still being that presence there is important. Yeah, I love it. I really love it. And the last phrase about correctional chaplaincy is not about fixing people. I think it's just chaplaincy, period. And I can tell you the journey, I journey with that a lot as one who has spent her life trying to jump in at every single instance to try to protect, fix, so chaplaincy really makes you self-aware that that's not our job to fix people to begin with. We know that intellectually, spiritually, but sometimes we think, I want to be God's hand that help fix. And chaplaincy has told me, nope, that's not your job. So I love that. I love that. So still again, like Alfredo always his litany phrase is part of the process. I would say we are work in progress, and I'm proudly say that because it allows us one to accept our vulnerability and openness to being transformed and transformed every day. Yeah.
Thank you.
If you don't mind me to ask you a question, I just want to, because in the correctional space, you it's really truly an interfaith space, right? That is different when you go to like hospitals or other facilities. I think in correctional space it really creates that space for true interfaith experience. How does your spiritual care statement take flesh when people that see you and do they just, again, this is making an assumption that they know your own faith tradition is Christian tradition. If they do know that your faith tradition is a Christian tradition, how are they receptive, and how does that um, your care statement take flesh in those locations concretely?
It's a great question. I think there's a lot of nuance to it. I think in correction spaces all the time, people operate by labels, right? So two labels that fit me easily are female and Christian, which if
Mhm.
somebody's coming to talk to a chaplain, those can be off-putting, those can be better than another label. People are always kind of weighing and measuring. So for me, what I always try to do with tremendous intention is understand where the person's coming from. So I very often ask questions like, do you believe in a higher power? How do you call that higher power? Like, what word do you use? Do you use Allah? Do you use God? Do you use light? Do you use the universe? So I try that just in an embodied form. Um, and I think part of what I added at the bottom to add from Alfredo, one thing I do well in the space, besides being very present so that people know I'm a chaplain, is I will very easily pray with other words, with all faiths, with people, just dialogue in the same friendly way with the Santa Muerte folks as I do with the Christian folks. And I think in jail corrections, sometimes the nonverbals help a lot for universal language. So touch is not really a thing we can do in jail. We can do a fist bump, but not much else. But we can have smile and tone. And a lot of times I'll take my body physically lower than a person if they're in distress. Like if someone's cuffed to a chair and super anxious and they can't move at all, I'll go down on a knee so my head's below their head so that it's not like a physical threat in the room, that I'm not the biggest thing in the room. So sometimes I would say things like that embodied in the space create receptivity other than maybe some of the labels that come across at first glance. And I've had some success with that, if that makes sense.
Mhm. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Kate, were you a chaplain already before starting CPE?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else? Should I move to the goals?
No, it's my turn.
Oh, okay. Okay. Take your time. No
Okay.
worries.
Take a deep breath. Okay, relax. Yeah, you know what? Thank you for your statement. Ah, I can see you in those words, the way you are, the way you act. You reflect who you are in those words: kindness, compassion. For those people, I never been in a jail, and I believe it's hard, and I think, and for a woman to do that job, uh, you, I respect you a lot for that. I talking to my wife about you, say, you know what? I don't know how this lady is doing that, but it's your calling. That's all I can say. It's your calling. And I can see, thank you for sharing that with us. You know, everybody has something to learn, and I'm learning from you. And I just want to say something about it. I see it right here. I see, no, no, you're okay. Yeah, what you say, as a chaplain, is not my rule to evaluate anyone pass. if you can rephrase that and no, do not use it's not my rule. Okay, use different words, and then coming to use validate them, something like that. Okay, and because and I don't know, for me it seems like okay, it's not my rule. What is your rules then? Evaluate anyone pass. Just I don't know. I just feel like you rephrase this as a chaplain. It's not my rule to evaluate anyone's pass. Yeah, it's all I can say because most of them I just do not feel. Maybe it's me. Don't they? Maybe it's just me. You know, but it's not my rule. I don't know. What do you think?
So does role sound like a formal word to you? Is that
Yes.
what's
Yes.
catching you a little bit, I'm hearing? Okay, so
Yeah.
maybe something a little more informal
Exactly. Yeah.
fit
More
better,
general.
you think, with who I am and how I'm communicating that? Am I hearing that?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, great suggestion. Yeah, I didn't like my 1A statement very much, so I tried to start over again from a new direction. So this, I think, is still, it's better than what it was before. I missed the narrative piece because I kind of just assumed that was a different assignment. So
Yeah.
I have some weaving and some modifying to do. And sometimes when I take a first pass at something, I come out more formal than I should be. So I appreciate your pointing that out because I think my warmth and informality is actually a strength, and that's a good thing to bring to a statement like this. So I'm grateful for that
Yeah,
observation.
I'm been changing mine since the first one. I mean, if I send you the first one, okay, it's too many things I have to change. But, and then I think I'm happy with this one. I'm very pleased. I think finally I have the way to share who am I and what I'm thinking, and everybody can understand, which is the point. Yeah, and thank you.
Thank you, Alfredo.
You are doing a great job. Besides that,
Chugging along, aren't we all?
yeah, yeah. I hope I can see you in the 4th unit, but
No, you'll be long gone by then.
oh,
You'll be teaching fourth unit somewhere.
no, 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 no. I don't see myself teaching.
That does take a rare
No,
person
no,
to
no,
take
no,
on
no,
that role.
no,
And
no,
that
no.
being said, all right, I'll go to my goals. Um, so I just picked some that were important to me from this writing. Honor the dignity of every person, period. So then I thought, how would I connect that if I was going to live it? So I picked some of the indicators. You can see them here that I thought might come up against that. And then I tried to pick some objectives. Again, it feels a little arbitrary at this stage because I don't yet know where I'm going with all of it. But I thought, well, at least if I quantify it, then we have a place to start from and say what didn't work. So, in essence, how much, Donna, would you like me to go into why I chose what I chose? Is it sufficient? Is like 4 too many and I cut it down? What are your kind of guidance thoughts on this?
I think 4 would be the maximum. So you wouldn't necessarily have to cut it down. And I think we would appreciate hearing a little of the why behind each one.
Okay, let me pull up my syllabus that I used for it, just so that I'm talking from the way that I thought about it. Okay, so the first one I saw as being tied to the awareness of self and others. So honoring the dignity of every person. There's two components of that, me and the other. And so I tried to think first about the me part, where I'm from, where I come from, assumptions I make about the world, how I see things. And then this idea that we all have our own biases in our own ways, and just that should be a part of anything, any awareness on both sides, and especially in the criminal justice system. We just have it. I mean, we use a word like rapist, and everybody's pre-programmed to respond to that in a certain way, or child molestation. Things are there. So you hold all of that bias in tension with this desire to, not just is it the law in the United States, unlike many countries, people can practice their faith regardless of where they come from, but they're entitled to care. And what does care look like? Acknowledging that there's bias in the midst of it, but still trying to provide the best care we can, because it's both a right and a privilege in this space where I operate. So that's why I put the justice piece in there. Intercultural and interreligious humility, as Alice pointed out so wisely. Everyone is in jail, every culture, every faith, every human dynamic, it's all over the place. So more often than not, people are very different from me. And it doesn't make it a better or worse thing. It's just me learning how to be humble in all sorts of different spaces and ways. Relational dynamic, empathy, and boundaries. I just put this one because it's kind of obvious. You love your people, and also, like, there's only so much you can love them. And so it's just a good space, I think, to play with this, honor the dignity of every person rather than all one direction or all the other. What's the gray area? So I put that one in there too. For some objectives, I just picked some things that kind of fit with that. So non-judgmental listening, the ease of challenge of honoring dignity. So sometimes I'll get somebody who I listen to and they just bug me. They drive me nuts. And I'm like, man, I wish this conversation was over. And that's the Kate piece. But somewhere in there is the God piece for uncovering. So I thought that I would I would try one or two with that. And then respect and openness. I think that's always subjective. I can think I'm being the most respectful person in the room, and somebody else is like, oh man, that was so disrespectful. I can't even believe it. So really the only way that comes is in collaboration. Guys, I'm so sorry. I happen to be on call for the facility and I'm getting a call right now. Can I take it just for a moment?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank
It almost looks like she has 4 under each category. I haven't seen it, so I'm curious. And Alice, I'm sure you'd have some wisdom for her if she does have 4 under each category. I thought she had 4
Exactly.
total. Yeah,
I
I thought she
was
had 4
wise
total.
during this time, and I took
Yeah.
oh, what is his name? Advice.
Victor, Victor.
Victor's advice. I took it
Yeah.
seriously.
Alfredo, how long have you been a chaplain?
Uh,
You're on mute.
Year and a half. As a chaplain in the hospital, year and a half.
Okay, because I thought you were a chaplain before you came to CPE as well.
No, it wasn't.
No,
It was a
you
pastor.
came together. Okay.
So you can become a chaplain without CPE?
There are some settings that only require 1 unit of CPE.
And some
There are
settings
some
don't
that require
require
none.
any unit.
That's right.
Yeah, but like
So,
Keystone is
yeah.
0 unit. So you can be a chaplain essentially without being trained.
Yes, I
But you
guess
can get
I've
past
been
it
a chaplain.
essentially without being trained. That's right.
The
That's
the the thing they when I get my contract in the hospital, they give it to me 2 years to get the certification, at least the 4 units.
Oh, okay. They employ you, then they say you have to bring. Okay, I get it. That's the difference.
And then
Oh,
usually what happens is you get another contract that says now you have 3 years to become board certified.
why do they really take 3 years? Are we clinicians?
They give you 3 years so you have ample time. It doesn't take 3 years to get board certified.
Okay, no, no, that 2,500 hours. My
Yes,
sister is a social worker. My nephew is a therapist. They did 3,000, but I can understand for them, they are clinicians. Why us?
because you're professionals.
Oh, okay.
Hi there. Sorry about that. Did you start, Alice, or should I keep going?
No, welcome back, Kate.
Okay.
I
Okay.
am appreciating that you seem to have four under each group, under each goal.
Yeah, again, I
That
just kind
is
of
that
was
is something Alice would like to share her thoughts.
overly thoughtful, maybe. You can
Yeah,
help pare it down, Alice. It's
No, no, I was doing like you, but you surpassed me because even when I didn't mind that everybody says too long, it was shorter than yours. I think it's you don't need to do all of that. This year Victor had also said in the final evaluation sessions, he said, please, the only one thing I want to tell you, if you can cut down, and mine was 5. And yours is how many? 24?
yeah, I did 3 different goals. And then I just looked through the list and was like, this one would work, this one would work, this one would work. So I put them all in, but I did try to keep the objectives a little more compact because those are the do piece. So yes.
okay, I got it now. All right, I got
Yeah.
it. That's
Okay.
better. Okay.
Okay, so I'll keep going. I just want to give you a heads up. We have someone who's being released tonight who just found out that her baby passed away in a fire. So the deputy is checking with the chaplain and checking on a timeline of release. So it may be something I need to go down and talk with her about before we release, because it's a transition point for a lot of people who struggle with going off the rails. So it's still just kind of hovering in the background, just so you know, I may get another call from the facility for it. I just want to give you a heads up about that. I'm sorry it comes in the middle. I'm not always on call, but for
Okay.
urgent
Thank
ones.
you for letting us know.
Okay, so that's number one. So like I said, I just went through and I picked all of the outcomes and indicators that I thought were even remotely close. I think Alice's point is very fair that I don't need all of them. This is just me trying to be thorough in my own 1B way. Um, Goal 2, provide spiritual presence across diversity and ambiguity. So spiritual values-based orienting system. This is how my orating system informs spiritual care encounters. I feel if I was going to cut something, this is something already I think comes to me a little more naturally. Intercultural and interreligious humility, again, that was up above here. So that could go spiritual care interventions, communications, and resources. And I think this is maybe a good space for me to focus on because I tend to just receive people and don't always think of, and maybe this is a word that resonates differently with me, intervention. So just kind of understanding what intervening looks like, not the pushy one that's maybe living in my head, but communicating tools and tips and resources in healthy ways. And in partnership with that, I would say clinical method of learning just as I moved through CPE, taking it from sort of just a broad approach to things in a general area to actually being able to implement clinical tools and learn from them, apply them. So pick some objectives to that, different faith traditions, supporting someone outside my tradition, 1 to 2 reflections on presence without answers, just because that was something I wrote a lot about in my statement, that sometimes we don't know, somebody could come back into jail 40 times because of addiction. And it's like, where do you really go with that? Do you go with that? How do you go with that? All of it. And then finally, goal number 3, pastoral identity rooted in hope. So I think Reverend Donna said about Alfredo's statement that he just has this deep way of communicating who he is in his words. I think that's really beautiful. All of us, in a way, do have a pastoral identity. I wrestle a little bit with that title in myself and what it looks like to hold that title in a chaplaincy role. So I think there's some room in there. The other indicators, just as above, there's some similarity in what I saw as spaces for work. I think the different points are consultation and feedback. So initiate consultation when faced with challenges in the spiritual care context, and engage and integrate feedback in one's learning process and when providing spiritual care. So again, I think that piece for me is probably, I would say, the more pivotal, the 17, 20, and 21 of just putting a more concrete framework around the tools I use, the community I draw from, how I approach problems rather than from a gut instinct, which is often good in me, but take that to another level. So then I put some of my reflections slash verbatims about some of these things. And I think after listening to Alice's wise words, I can probably consolidate it into a little bit more of a narrow and specific focus to make it, what's the word, measurable, like measurable deliverables tied to less outcomes and indicators. But there we have it for now.
Okay, thank you. Feedback in addition to what Kate has already heard.
It's too many, Kate. I can say it's a lot. If you can do it, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. But if I can tell you something or give it to some advice, ah, take one of those out, because and then it's gonna be too much. Write it down everything every week, what you're doing for each goal, and top what we're gonna do. Yeah, it's great that you have the heart. Yeah, but
So you think 2 goals would suffice, Alfredo? Is that what
three,
I'm hearing you
three,
say?
three.
3 goals still?
Yeah, because yeah, they asked for 3 goals.
So when you say take one out, what are you
Well,
referring?
when I say, you know, they asked for 3 goals, and with each goal, it's only one. How can I say, one indicator? That means like a level 1 is one category, and from that one outcome narrative. That could be one goal. Okay? If you took two indicators, it's gonna be two goals.
Hmm.
And so far and so on. So they ask us for three categories. Actually, yeah, one category and three outcomes or indicators. Has to be three on. That's all they asking for it. So you have to the four indicators, I think, all right?
Mhm.
All the outcomes. So for example, could be category A, spiritual formation integration, of one narrative history, and then you can take one indicator, and it's gonna be one goal.
Hmm.
Okay? If you take the other outcome two, outcome three, you can take one indicator for each one, it's gonna be second goal.
Hmm.
And so far. Do you see the examples the Joseph sent us or are in the handbook? In the handbook, there are examples for each unit
Mhm.
and how you can make your goals and you
Mhm.
can see how they count one goal.
Yeah, I think I kind of treated goals and objectives.
Yeah.
I maybe didn't use the right language for it.
Okay.
But I was trying to think of basically measurable things to say, like I practiced 5, I'm not to
Yeah.
10 yet, or something like that. But it looks like I see how he's used the word goal statement. So maybe I can change objectives to goal statement. And then that has a subset of process steps, which I marked here as bullet points, and basically a measure to be able to calibrate something against that.
Yeah, like you see in the goal number 2, you have 1B outcome indicators.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you have to choose one of the other ones. You can choose one B5 or one BA or 13, and the raise the other one is going to be one goal. See
So
what I
like
mean?
one of these outcome indicators correlated with this goal. Is that
Exactly.
what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think Alice said something similar, maybe not one, but definitely pared down from 4.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Alice, did you have any additional feedback? No? I think your objectives are very clear, what you want to try and do. It's quite a bit, but they're very clear. So you'll track them as much as you can and do as much of it as you can. And in some of them, you'll cover as you've already identified multiple things. So this is ambitious, and I appreciate the feedback and the conversation that you and Allison Alfredo have had. On your statement, I didn't get an opportunity to jump in. One of the things, the images that just kept coming to me was if it was sort of like a dam, and you can control this great flowing water, that you close the dam on things like judgment,
Hmm.
and then you open it on grace.
Hmm.
And that was just kind of like the overriding image I had, that it was just flooded with grace and being and resistance to, hey, no judgment. And I understood judgment in the sense of anything that compromises your ability to value someone's humanity. That was sort of the definition that emerged in my head as I was listening to your presentation. I thought it was interesting that the line that Alfredo had you return to was also the one that caught my attention. And I was just curious about the difference for you between the role of a chaplain and your calling,
Hmm.
because that just leaped out for me in your.
Yeah, I did actually choose different words there because sometimes we're all just tempted to judge, right? A guy cuts me off in traffic and I'm like, what a jerk. Maybe he's not a jerk. But in that moment, I've just made a snap judgment. And I think for me, there's a layer of professionalism in there that might be like, I am hearing some of the worst stuff ever, and I do not like this person, but that's not my task. My task is put that aside just for this minute, process it later, whatever, as I learn. And then the calling has to be the thing that comes up in conversation with the task. So it's not just me saying, okay, don't do that. It's not professional, but it's me saying, actually, Kate, what matters more to you in this moment, and you know it, is that this person deserves to be received with an open ear and an open heart. And that kind of helps me recalibrate. So I did pick those words differently.
Okay.
On
So
purpose.
you put your task first and then your calling is second.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you for your presentation too. Excellent.
Can I ask a question? Just because I have some edits I want to do, would it be possible to send it to you tomorrow night? It would give me time after work to kind of clean up some of the stuff that we're talking about
It would be possible to send it to me tomorrow night or the day after that or the day after that. Please just let me have it before Monday.
before Monday. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, it's time for our what, Alice? What is it time for?
Self-care.
Education and practice session. Yes. So we're going to take the time to do that. And when we come back, we will hear from none other than Alice and her 55 goals. I'll see you in 30 minutes. Welcome back, Alfredo. Is your back okay? Yes. All right, Alice, take it away. Remember, you're on mute.
Okay, let me try to share. I did send it to everyone though. Okay. Um, hmm. Contracting document. No. God, where is that? Let me download it from my email that I sent to the class.
Did everyone get it?
I'll download it from my email. I pull up mine is not on one document that I want to pull both of them
Okay.
ready. Um, the Google contract. Okay. I have it. Okay. And download it. Okay, now I have both. Okay, I have both now. Okay. You want me to start with spiritual care, or I think that's by default the first one, right?
Yeah, whatever you need to start with, you can start with. We can go with you.
Let me share. Are you guys seeing the same document with the hand?
Yes.
Okay, let me bring it to the middle so I'm not on the side. Okay. I will take it back because it's covering.
Would it be helpful to just have us view one page at a time? Then it'll be
Okay,
larger.
yeah, no problem. Layout. Alfredo, where do I do a page?
Okay, you can go on the right in the right
Oh,
corner down the page.
corner?
Yeah, you see the
Yeah,
down the
one page or which one? I
yeah, you
don't.
do that.
Okay,
Put it, just zoom.
and then I'll increase it. Is that enough?
Yeah.
Okay, everyone can read that. Okay.
Looks good.
Okay, I just added the hand because this one is a cover for Kate. It's a carryover. That was my image for unit 2, 1B. That is a carryover to my goal. That was my final evaluation. I did claim I'm going to carry this to unit 3, 1, 2A. So Everything about me, I've written that. I don't think I need to read that piece because you all have it. I just want to go to my CPE journey, if you don't mind. Is that okay?
That's okay.
Thank you. My journey in CPE has been one of deep transformation. When I began and carried with me years of teaching, mentoring, and pastoral leadership, yet I did not anticipate how profoundly CPE would press me into self-examination. It has required me to explore my narrative history, cultural assumptions, theological instincts, and my pattern of avoidance. My encounter with care recipients have mirrored not only their wounds, but my own. In level 1B, I claim the open hand as a symbol of my caregiving posture, offering without grasping, receiving without controlling, holding without owning. The open hand has taught me to listen more than to lead, to witness more than to resolve, and to create space where care recipients can encounter God's presence on their own terms. Now in level 2A, the open hand deepens in meaning as I intentionally interweave personality theory, trauma-informed care, and family system theory with my pastoral practice. Personality theory reminds me that every care recipient arrives with unique and enduring patterns of attachment, temperament, and coping. Trauma-informed care requires me to approach every encounter with safety, trust, and empowerment at the forefront, pacing myself according to the care recipient's readiness. Family system theory widens my vision to see each individual not as an isolated story, but as part of a broader network of relationships and systems that shape their identity. Holding this framework within the symbol of the open hand allows me to listen for personality patterns without reducing a person to them, to honor trauma without defining them by wounds, and to respect family dynamics without overlooking individual agency. For me, spiritual care is not a performance, but a posture. It is the willingness to walk into the liminal space of grief, resilience, silence, and faith, with hands extended but ungrasping. It is to remain open to the Spirit's work in the unpredictable spaces between the stories and silence. In this unit, I'm grounding my practice in the clinical method of learning, that is action, reflection, action. My open hand will act by receiving stories with reverence, reflects with honesty on the interplay of personality, trauma, and systems in supervision and verbatins, and act again with renewed presence. This rhythm keeps me from closing my hands in control or retreating in fear. It allows me to remain grounded in God's presence and free enough to walk with others as they negotiate their own path of meaning, belonging, and faith. CPE has become more than a program of study for me. It is a vocation I am living into with deeper courage, vulnerability, and hope. I bring to this work not only my academic expertise or pastoral instinct, but my whole self, shaped by my cultural and theological heritage, scarred by life's trials, softened by grace, and still being sanctified by the God who sees us all. So that is my spiritual care statement. Should I close it?
Thank you. Is there
Thank you.
feedback for Alice? Do you want her to keep it open? Or
You emailed it to us, Alice, so I have it on my other screen. I had the gift of reading through it before listening to you speak through it. So thank you for that lovely preparation you gave us. I think I just actually just feel wow, like that's the only word I really can think of. You just have so much phenomenal in your story, not just the credentialing, but the way that you articulate your past so eloquently, the way that you articulate all of these tools and theories so eloquently. And then I think for me, I'm just processing the fact that you chose this open hand for your symbol. You chose it last quarter too, but this quarter you've taken it and enriched it, both the goodness of it for you and the ways that you've learned to adapt and use it differently than you expected when you first chose it. So I think for me, I'm a little slow to speak and slow to respond because it's magnificent how you bring all of it together. It's just, yeah, I think it leaves me a little bit speechless with just how powerfully you use words and images and reflection. And this statement really communicates that in a very memorable way from where I sit. So thank you for sharing all of it.
Thank you, Kate. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
You articulate your thoughts beautifully. I admire that since I know you. You always have such a kind of language, there. I want to be like you and writing. And I can see your transformation, and it's amazing. Let me tell you, Alice. And the beginning was kind of hard for you, but you adore yourself,
Yeah.
which is good. You decide to learn and to grow.
Mm.
And I can see in the CPE has become more than a program of study for me. Yes, of course. This is more than a program. It is a vocation, and I am living into with deeper courage. It's who you are.
Mm. Mhm.
This is who you are. Vulnerability and hope.
Yeah.
I'm bringing to this world not only my academic experience or pastoral instinct, but my whole self,
Mhm.
shaped by my culture and theological heritage, scarred by life trials. You write a biography of yourself in CPA and articulate in a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful way. You reaches with your knowledge, with your wisdom, with your own word, has your personality there. Thank you for sharing that with us. I'm being so blessed. I'm being so blessed. Thank you, Alice.
Thank you so much, Alfredo. Thank you. Yeah, CPA has really made me see vulnerability as strength, because CPE completely transformed me as one was always the person people go to solve problems and who is always jumping in to try to solve issues. In essence, try to fix stuff. CPE took that away from me completely. And you have to really say it's like disarmed me from all of that. That if you are going to be a chaplain, all of that has to, it's not like going away. I don't think it is reframed in different ways, I would say, because it cannot completely, right? The hospitality is, but it's been reimagined and reframed completely. And that can be really very humbling. And to me, it was because it's like, okay, am I fixing? Am I fixing? What am I doing here now? So yeah. And that's why it's like we are work in progress. I will always claim I'm a work in progress. And CPE also really, really helped me to see how scarred I have been by life. Life in my so many years that I do, the scars were hindering wounds for me. That by looking at it right now, it becomes a holy wound. That I claim it with vulnerability, but claim it because it doesn't inhibit me from flourishing. So
Yeah, I always say the word, I am a chaplain in construction. That's who I am. I'm not a
right.
chaplain yet, but I'm on the way to be there.
It's funny, I was telling somebody about chaplaincy, and then I say, I ask God every day, bring me, mold me, fill me, and use me. Because it is that patterns happen again. We see peace with this God is like breaking you, molding you, filling you, and using you as a chaplain in this particular setting. So,
Yeah.
Alice, may I ask you a question?
yes, please.
So, just looking at everything about you, I mean, in so many rooms, you're clearly the most capable person in the room.
Oh,
And then you come into these spaces where a lot of times it's really just about tenderness and compassion and humility, as you're talking about. And I'm having a hard time thinking of the right phrase. I don't want to say dumb it down because that's not what you do, but like you can't bring all of this into that space. So, how do you think, like you, with this incredible expanse of Alice, how do you like make it simple in the moments? What kind of goes through your mind as you're sort of caring for someone? Would you just speak to that a little bit for me, please?
yes, yes. And I think what has helped me is years of mentoring. As a faculty, I took that added vocational piece of me to mentor students. And when you mentor students, you're just sitting with these students. A lot of them are scarred by life too and broken. They are not there for you to start using theological language. When they come to my office and sit in the chair, I have a special chair in the office where we sit and I sit with them there. That space, all your jargons should be out. It is a space where you're just sitting along with. The difference between mentoring is they come to you, they bring their issue, they really want your opinion. It's not like chaplaincy where you have to reflect it back to them and give them, and push away from saying this, suggesting things for them to do. They come to you in mentoring wanting that. So it's a different space, but it is a space too that really allows you to put away the academic hat, the even high pastoral hat out and really be with that person. I've seen a lot of vulnerability that just have to help me become vulnerable. However, I would say my learning edges are there because even when I preach, I mean, I would think it's so simple. I'll come out with some people in my church and say, okay, that word was too much. That word, what do you mean by that? So it's like you carry this self of yours. And even when theological reflection is CPE, I mean, Donna would tell you, she too, it carries that with her. It is unintentionally, you sometimes will enter these spaces where you just use a word that you think is a word that that person can get, but that because you have to be so mindful. Otherwise, just one word that distracts somebody completely altogether, right? So I'm learning, Kate, and I'm learning every day to say that I'm blessed that God has interweaved in my life in this very intersectional way, different aspects of my life. But CPE is helping to mold me in a kind of person that can navigate spaces in really CPE way. And that's why I'm just loving CPE. For me, it's like my therapeutic space first, as I told someone. I'm in therapy in CPE every time. It's like you're learning to shed a lot of you to be able to do the work that meets the other. And like an Alfredo's image, be alongside and not in front, not backward, but be alongside. That is a work for me as a Christian. We are all Christian here. I ask God every day to mold me into the person He wants me to be, so I can do the work He's calling me to do effectively. You know.
Thank you, Alice. I feel the difference between this one and the last one. I can't wait to get to your goals.
I know plenty goals. We go to Kate for plenty goals. I don't.
Well, I'm grateful you sent it. Um, can you say just a little more about what you mean by pastoral instinct?
Yes, that is your pastoral reflections, those which gives you instinct to where is that the context into which I used it. When I talk about pastoral, I use interchangeably to pastoral reflections, pastoral instinct. All of that is for me, they are very interchangeable, right?
Thank you. That clarification is very helpful. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, let's get these goals.
Okay, goals. Let me stop sharing. Wait, why is it stop
Hey,
sharing?
you said you put it in one document, didn't you? No?
No,
Oh,
I did not put it in one
kept
document.
it separate. Okay.
Okay, these are my goals. Can you see my goals? You all can see my goals, right?
We can see them.
Oh, good. Okay. Kate, I have too many words here, but I didn't choose too many. I chose 3 this time. Okay. For the category A, I chose narrative history, something which I debated if narrative history, but narrative history fits my symbol of the hand, open hand anyway. So it's use knowledge of behavioral science and understanding how one's narrative history inform one's value and beliefs about care. That is what I'm going to try to do. I will interrogate insights or reflection from personal theories and family system into my understanding of how both my own care recipients' narrative history shapes the value of attachment. Again, this is the theme of this year. I don't know. Was that intentional? Is the theme of this year is personality theory. So I'm integrating that. How narrative history shapes the value, attachments, and beliefs they bring to spiritual care. The process and step that I will take both in growth uh, and gaps also, and in strength and learning urge as we use the term. I will look at, again, I'm using the agile framework here. Is what went well, what didn't go well, how can I do better? What went well, I plan to build on my strength of listening attentively to connections between a care recipient's story and their coping patterns or attachment needs. I will continue to draw from trauma-informed and behavioral science insights to name resilience and affirm agency. What didn't go well, how to address it. I plan to notice and slow down when my academic instincts lead me to overanalyze or when I project my own resilient narrative into others. I will intentionally pause and test assumptions with peers and supervisors. What can be improved to commit to improving? I plan to bring at least one encounter each week into supervision with explicit attention to narrative history. I will practice asking clarifying questions that let care recipient interpret their own story rather than relying on my own framework. How will I measure my progress? Progress will be evident when I consistently identify in case study and group discussion how behavioral science concepts such as attachment and adaptive coping inform both my pastoral presence and the care recipient's response. Let me change it to the viewing to 1. And let me increase it. Is that goal number 1? Okay. The second goal will be in category C, relational dynamic, and will be empathy, also chosen because they speak to the reality of the open hand. Demonstrate one's use of empathy when providing spiritual care. Goal statement. I will deepen my practice of empathy by attending to personality patterns and trauma histories without reducing care recipients to them, holding their experience with compassion and theological reverence. Steps that will include in processing will be awareness of both my strength and my growing urges. What went well? I plan to continue cultivating space of safety where care recipients feel free to share and to mirror back their words in ways that affirm dignity and invite deeper trust. And this was brought to me by Donna in her review of my first reflection, weekly reflection. That is to mirror back. That is paraphrasing some ways what they're saying to be able to let that to affirm what to help them to see if I understood what they are trying to do. What didn't go well? I plan to notice when my tendency to reassure too quickly, interrupt silence or duty, dilutes empathy. I will actively record these moments in verbatim to discuss with peers and supervisors. Boop. Typo. Back. What can be improved and what will I commit to? I plan to practice using silence as a deliberate tool of empathy and to seek concrete feedback from a supervisor on how my presence supports or interrupts empathetic engagement. This is one of the big growing urge. I don't deal well with too long silence, so this will be very I'll be very intentional about that. Measure of progress. Progress will be measured when verbatim and supervisor feedback note that my empathetic listening allows care recipient to express vulnerability and spiritual longing more freely, and when I can name in reflection how empathy shaped my encounter. Last goal, category E, professional development outcome, clinical method of learning. The goal statement is I will grant my practice in the action, reflection, action cycle using supervision, peer feedback, and theological reflection to refine how I integrate personality theory, trauma-informed care, and family systems in pastoral care. Measuring how the process of what went well, I plan to continue bringing concrete incidents into supervision and reflecting on what shaped my pastoral choices. I'll keep writing verbatim that highlights learning points for collaboration. What didn't go well, how to address. I plan to move beyond description by critically analyzing how my own personality and instinct affect the encounter. I will ask peers to help me identify blind spots I may miss. What can be improved? I plan to explicitly note in verbatim both my external action and my inner responses, which is that is one of a growing urge that I can articulate external actions, but my inner responses is one of the things that is one of my growing urge. And then return to future encounters with intentional adjustment. I will use supervision feedback to not only correct, but to creatively experiment with new approaches. Measure of progress. Progress will be evident when I can show through written reflections, supervisory dialogue, how one pastoral encounter informed the next, and when I can articulate clearly how clinical learning has reshaped my pastoral identity and practice. And the last thing is rationale for goal selection. For this level 2A unit, I have chosen 3 goals that align closely with my symbol of the open hand revisited, because I already revisited that thing. And my intention to interweave personality theory, trauma-informed care, and family system theory into my pastoral work. Narrative history grounds my practice in the integration of behavioral science with theological reflection. Empathy ensures that my presence remains trauma-informed and attuned to the lived experience of care recipients. The clinical method of learning anchors my work in the discipline of action, reflection, action, enabling growth through honest reflection and renewed practice. Together, these 3 goals provide a focused yet comprehensive framework for my ongoing formation as a chaplain. Last year, Kate, I had, I think, 5 or 6 goals. And that was where they cried.
I don't know. I think it was more like 7 or 8, but okay.
I mean, if I start out on the same foot as Alice did a while back, I'm still in a good place.
Exactly. Because yours is 24, isn't it?
Hers was like 10 pages, Kate. I really feel like your goals are spot on with your growing edges. So I want to affirm your reflection intentionality. And I want to invite you to bring what you might consider a bad verbatim, a spiritual care encounter gone bad.
Okay, so I should intentionally bring that to verbatim. That would be very helpful.
Intentionally bring it. I'm not saying intentionally do it.
Oh, no, no.
Okay.
No. I mean,
But yes, I think you should.
I shouldn't go say, hey, by the way, I'm going to do a verbatim that shows what went wrong. So I need to make sure it went wrong. No, I'm not doing that. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I will do that.
Any other feedback for Alice? I dare you.
Yeah, I think I really love your eloquent way of articulating your measure of progress. I think I especially liked your last one. Progress will be evident when I can show through written reflection and supervisory dialogue how one pastoral encounter informed the next, and when I can articulate clearly how clinical learning has reshaped my pastoral identity and practice. I just love how you wove all the pieces together in that and said it so beautifully. And I think even though we're all still struggling to get there in our own way, just the way you've said that, the weaving piece is really, really quite powerful. A way to understand what we're doing, not so much as an end goal, but as an actual process of weaving. So again, I just thank you for how you use words in these assignments to help the rest of us process all of it.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you so much. I have a lot of growing edges, and that's why I use this agile framework of retrospective so that it can really allow me to intentionally see and pay so much close attention.
I'm gonna use your goals as mine.
What's that?
I'm gonna use your goals as mine. I'm just gonna change level 2B and that's it.
Yeah.
Unit 4, level 2B, and I don't have to change nothing. Just if I met these things happen, I'm gonna be happy. Because there's a great goals, a great way to articulate, as I already told you. Okay, I mean, the school can put the goals for the third unit for everyone easily. It's a good explanation, it's understandable and it's reachable. It's that simple. Thank you for sharing that.
Alfredo, I obeyed you and Victor were particular people who said, reduce the goals, reduce the goals. It's too many, reduce.
Can I tell you the true way we say that?
Yeah, you said that. Yeah,
Yes,
the
I say
outcome.
that because we say that,
Yeah.
him and I, because you challenge us. If we let you like that, how we gonna show ourselves, How am I gonna look if I let you do that? No, no, no. Say that, and then let's make her do less because she make us look bad,
Absolutely not. If you know the
No,
way
no,
I
just
admire
kidding.
you, I know you're joking, but you know the way I admire you. I want to be the pastor that you are, really, for real. If there's some ways I can learn to be that whole person that comes into this room with such hospitable heart, you know. And I've told you that from day one, and this one thing I so admire. There's one thing to have book in your head. There's another thing to bring yourself in those spaces, like Kate is saying. How do you translate that in a room with this vulnerable person right there? How do you translate that head to the heart and then embody it?
Yeah,
I see that embodiment a lot, afraid of in you. So we
thank
all
you.
have our strength anyway in
Yeah,
life and
yeah,
our plenty weaknesses.
yeah, but this is your strength, and
Yeah.
I was just highlight that
Thank you. Thank you
because
so much.
everybody has something to learn from. Everybody.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I might add to that again, just I don't have a lot of the strengths you have. There are incredible strengths here, but one strength I do have is I do embrace my imperfection pretty well. So in a room full of people that where it's kind of a hot mess and nothing's predictable and everything's going on and people are just coming with all their stuff. I tend to just roll really easily with I don't know, sounds pretty like, whoa, that was a boneheaded thing to say of me, or like stuff like that, that I think people see as authenticity.
Yes.
Just as I listen to you and Alfredo speak, that's kind of the space I wonder is your polish, your like what you show is so beautiful. And I'm just very curious because here you're so authentic, right? Like just
Mhm.
how to own that piece of who we are in all our imperfect, human,
Mhm.
authentic
Mhm.
blackness in spaces where actually that tends to be the thing that's needed more than many other things.
Mhm. Mhm.
Just a thought.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, we are a perfect, imperfect humans. That's
Yeah.
what we are, a perfect, imperfect, weak humans.
Mhm.
And I can tell you, my life is full of mistakes, of wrong decisions.
Mhm.
But I try to learn from that. Try to not to make the same mistake
Mhm.
every time I enter into the room.
Mhm. Mhm.
But
Yeah. And yeah, vulnerability is for me, I'm embracing, as I say, I'm not ashamed in this space to just be vulnerable. I'm not ashamed of that. And again, another thing to that, Kate, I can share is that as one who has been in white spaces, and especially at a university, at a school of theology where I'm the only Black person, and a female, and a Cameroonian, even though Cameroonian American, you have this triple jeopardy on my life that when you enter these spaces, you want to be so polished. It is like there's a code. It's like code switching in theory. It's like you are forced just by your racialized body to enter a space and switch your code and start speaking Polish and all of that. So it enables you to become this type of forced perfectionist in everything you do, to do it so well, right? Because it's like you have something to prove, so it's that I belong here. For a long time, I embodied that. But after like what, 5 years of teaching, I'm like, to hell with that. I just want to be me, uh, you know. But when you come from spaces like that, you just vulnerability is something you try your best not to, because you don't want to show this weak person, you know. But then when you see how much that frees you, then it becomes a strength and beautiful thing that you want to be in spaces with the vulnerable and be one of them.
Mm.
And I think that that is one of the things that I'm blessed in community to. People are drawn to me, and sometimes I ask why. Because when I'm in that space, I want to be with you. I want to speak that language. I switch code so easily, right? I might speak Polish, but I switch code so easily. With Cameroonians, I speak Pidgin. I really don't speak Polish English. I speak Pidgin. And that Pidgin is meeting people where they are. And in that way, you're drawn, they feel you're one of them. So because systems have forced, especially in institutional spaces, have forced one to learn how to switch code easily. I've learned to switch code so easily. I get to a space, I feel the room, how they speak. I would just also, you know, and that is really helping me in the community, and especially in care, because my mind is you are in the you're doing chaplaincy with incarcerated persons. Alfredo is doing it in the hospital. I do it in the community, right? Community is, you have to meet them where they are for them to feel comfortable to talk with you. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. I'm actually listening and wondering, is it ever like a defense mechanism for you to walk into a space and, like you said, switch on the code that's just the perfect code? Or do you find that you can go into different spaces and just kind of pick one up and let another one go really easily, just at this stage?
Now it's switching for me is very easy, because honestly, when you get to these spaces, like in the academic spaces, you have to switch the code, right? I'm with my mother every day. She's going to leave back to Cameroon. That is going to be a bummer for me. But when the moment I enter the house, I speak Bamising, I speak Pidgin, right? So I've learned to switch codes because I've been forced to switch codes. When I came here, I did so much I gave students all my lecture notes, because I don't want nothing to be lost in translation because of my accent, right? So I learned to up my game, so that no student will come and say, Professor Yafede, I didn't understand how, that's why I didn't pass the class, because her accent deterred me from doing the work. So I said, you can use that, but I'll give you my notes. If anything's lost in translation, go read my lecture notes. So you learn, Kate, especially us with racialized body, to switch code. You learn the switching of codes very easily. And it becomes natural. For me, it's not defense mechanism anymore. It's my ability to say, at APU is different. But when I come out and be with my community, it's just so normal to say, let's just, like Cameroonians, why are we speaking good English when we can speak Pidgin? What for? We just go and start speaking Pidgin, right? But it's also a way to meet people where they are, is try to learn fill the room and meet people where they are, so that they become comfortable in approaching you as a care recipient and the caregiver.
Yeah, I want to add that there. I
Hmm?
do that the same, but I use that to make the connection with the people.
Yeah.
Period.
Mhm.
You know, because you meet them where they are. See, you suddenly change who am I.
Yeah.
Simple. A guy who made mistakes. That's it. Because most of the time, the people see you as a minister, as a holy person, something that nobody can reach, something perfect. But when you show them that who you are, besides the way you speak, they respect you
Yeah.
because you don't try to impress them. You meet them where they are. I can eat caviar in a restaurant, and I can eat tacos in the truck,
Mm-hmm.
and I enjoy it. Well, the whole idea, okay? The whole idea is to make connection with them.
Yeah.
When I went to El Salvador, because they invited me in a huge church, I told the pastor who has to take care of me. Take me to the mercado and let's go to eat tacos.
Mm-hmm.
And he looked at me like, what are you talking about? You're the speaker. I'm going to take you to the best restaurants. Say, no, take me to those places where all the people getting together eat it. And he asked me, why is that? Because I want to feel them. I want to make the connection with them. I want to know the language, the structure. And in the highest levels, you're not gonna learn it. So we have to make the connection with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And when I do that, I get the respect of them.
Mm-hmm.
I show them that I am a person like them. And it's God who made the difference in us. It's God the main point, not us.
Thank you both for taking time to answer my many questions tonight.
I plan to learn from you, Kate, because you have real experiential gifts, and that I think we mutually help and impact each other, like Paul would say, you know.
Thank you, Alice. Thank you. And thank you for all the conversation and the reflection. We're going to take a short break. I want to just share this one thing. When you brought up the code switching, Kate, I so appreciate Alfredo and Alice, your framing of that as a tool that you use. I have to admit, I have used it most in my life as a defense mechanism, as a tool for survival. And I could not imagine claiming I don't know something out loud in a context where there's any assumption that I should, because it would reflect ill on the entire race and affirm their assumptions of my ignorance. So I've that code switching, and I know it or I'm quiet, but I'm not saying I don't know it, because you already assumed I was incompetent. Now I've opened my mouth and proven your prejudice. So that was very helpful to hear, using it as a way to connect. So thank you.
Not in the academic space, though. I use it in the academic space as a really survival mechanism. In the community, that is not, it's really to connect. But at APU, no. To the point where I have just come to the place where I resist trying to code switch to make me fit in as the only means for them to see me. I resist. I would I get in my office, I would remove my shoe, walk bare feet, and I'm very comfortable. I could never have done that the first 5 years at APU. I have to dress so elegantly. Now I've become so tired, I wedge into class. It's a form of resistance, and it's, so, but for so long, for all my academic journey, I shared here, Kate, you were not here, the other unit when I was at Yale. People thought I was a cleaner. They thought I work in the cafeteria. to the point I was so tired. And I said, yes, I work in the cafeteria. And the day I was graduating, some of them saw me say, wait, you went to school here? Because they just could not assume I am in school there, right? So I have worked in those spaces where I have to survive and I have to do extra, extra, to the point where one little story is I did 7 years of Greek and Latin and Hebrew, and I was in this classroom with one of the students from Britain, and the teacher, Harold Arish, was the dean of the Yale Divinity School. He knew because he had seen my CV that I can sight read, just open the text in Greek and sight read. And this girl wanted to hurt me. She just assumed I didn't know. And it turned out it ended by me helping her with translation till we graduated. But her first encounter with me was she just assumed this and was so dummy because I'm Black. So yes, I live with Survivor. Right now, honestly, I'm in protest of that. I don't want to. I'm trying to be me. I said, this is my 17th year. There's nothing I have to prove to anybody anymore, because it comes a time where you are so exhausted. It eats you up. You are so exhausted. And liberation say no.
Are you tenured?
Yes.
Tenured says you can say no. All right.
Exactly. Because
All
you
right,
can't just fire me. That's true.
right. Let's take a 10-minute break, please. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Let me stop sharing. What is that? Stop sharing. How do I stop sharing? Okay, stop sharing. Okay, I did. No, I didn't stop sharing. What is that? Okay, I stopped sharing. I'm happy we're doing personality theory today.
We're just doing part one.
Oh, okay.
So that's a great point, Alice. Thank you, everyone, for coming back so timely. Alice pointed out that we're doing some personality theory tonight, and we are just doing part one. And so by way of logistics, the only other thing to keep in mind for next week, it'll be September 24th, but we're following the schedule for September 17th, and we will make time to receive Alfredo's goals. Do email them to us so that, we can review them beforehand. And I'm going to communicate with Audrey to make sure she's aware that we're going to expect her to share hers as well, her goals and her statement, and Alfredo just the goals. And we'll do another sort of part two of personality theory. I don't have any other logistics for next week. We already know who's doing our spiritual care reflection.
Oh, I'm doing it next week.
Yes, you're doing the interfaith spiritual reflection next week.
Okay.
Anybody have any questions? So it says it's September 24th, but we're gonna follow the schedule of September 17th, with the exception of the fact that Alice will do our interfaith spiritual reflection. And we're gonna add Alfredo's goals and Audrey's goal and statement, and if you will, sort of catch up. Now, you got some communication from me regarding IS, and I have not heard back from everyone. So do let me know what your preferred times are for IS sessions, and I would like them to begin next week. So
Did you
please
get
respond
mine?
to that email. I haven't looked at email today.
I sent it yesterday.
Okay, so it's probably there. If I look, when I look tonight, because I won't be able to sleep, if it's not there, I'll send you an email.
Okay.
Thank you. And that's it by way of logistics. So that is done. So I'm going to do this short didactic on personality theory, and I will send it to you. Wow, that's not the screen I wanted. Hold on just a second. Let me close some things. Let's close this. Um, I don't think I need the handbook. Please don't save any changes. Okay, so this will be easier. So what I want to offer tonight is a framing of personality theory and how we use it in chaplaincy. And can you see that? Okay, great. The title of the presentation had a subtitle, which I just took out on the break. And the reason that I'm using purple, because I wanted to offer a womanist query of personality theory, because that is a critical part of my framework in education. But I'm going to hold off on it, and I'm going to try to incorporate it next week, and probably send you the document beforehand. So, because I really want us all, as much as possible, to be in sync, you know. So this is going to be personality theory. There's an occasional place or two where some womanist stuff is in it, but I've largely removed it. And again, the intent for tonight is to just give you the framing of personality theory, particularly as it relates to chaplaincy services. So I want to begin with this reflection question. What does it mean to know yourself, not just as an individual, but as a person shaped by culture, oppression, resilience, and community? And the way I have framed that question is informed by womanist thought. So, what does it mean to know yourself not just as an individual, but as a person who's shaped by culture? And you could fill in other things, but what I have selected is by culture, oppression, resilience, and community. So let's have some. Where's my tab? Kate, there's a tab that is supposed to let me easily go back and forth. I don't see my tab. But that's okay. I see you all, so I'll be satisfied with that.
All the way at the top.
I'm looking, I don't see it.
Meeting and Donna Allen's screen.
Maybe if I escape full screen. There it is. Thank you. So, what does it mean to know yourself, not just as an individual, but as a person shaped by culture, oppression, resilience, and community? I totally messed that up, but that's okay for me. I figured I had to go back. So I can, do you want me to close the screen or you're fine where we are? We can see one another.
I think it's probably better bigger if you can do it. Yeah. If you can tab between those.
Okay, are you guys good right there?
Because when it's the other way, your screen is just a little tiny corner of our screen.
Okay, so what does it mean to see yourself as more than just an individual, but as someone who's been shaped by culture, and we might include by oppression, by resilience?
I think for me, who come from a community-oriented culture, is very different from the US culture, which is more individualistic culture. So it is, your personalities can be detached from everyone is like, I don't care what they think about me. But the moment you come from a community-oriented culture like mine, your personality and even your identity is woven into the community. So how you behave, how you talk is either, especially these systems are honor and shame system, it's either you're bringing shame to your community or you are bringing honor to your community. So how you behave is so scrutinized and is so informed by determinants beyond yourself. It is by social, cultural determinants, and even I would say even by biological determinant, because the family in which you are born also have a certain way of expectations for who you are in terms and how you behave and your character trait. So I think it's for someone in a space, that community-oriented space, it is both, I would say, liberating but so constraining, because you grow all your life, you are so used to patterns of behavior that when you move from that space to another space, you unintentionally continue certain patterns of behavior, which for you think it is good, right? Because that's how you've always been shaped. That is the expectation. For you, you have internalized those patterns of behavior. That when you move to a different culture, it becomes hard. It really becomes hard And the way they see you, they don't see you, they see certain kind traits of behavior, which because they don't know where you come from and how you are so shaped by that system, they judge you by it. So that's why I think it's really very helpful to, and that's why when I saw you put it all, the CPE put it as a thematic emphasis for this unit. I really love it because I say it's so also interweave into trauma theory, where you don't just see the person, you have to understand what happened to you, right? And just saying, why are you doing this? What are you doing this? It's personality trait for me. I think when I came to the US, or first when I went to France, the sisters in that convent saw me as weird. I saw them as very weird too, right? Because of our personality traits, and that inform how we behave. So yeah.
Yeah. Very good. What your comments point out for us is how our personality isn't just an individual thing, it's informed by so much, and it changes.
Yes, that is good because it is very dynamic. It's not static. Yeah.
But we sometimes think of it as static, but it really changes. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Any other comments on that?
May I ask you this question? When they say to someone, and I think I've also fell victim to that, to so say, oh, you will never change. Oh, this person will never change. What do you make of that? Please help me. Because in just fast reading personality theory for this class, I'm like, gee, that has always been wrong. You can't say that, oh, you never change because the person behaved today like this. You just you lock that person in that and say, oh, you never change. So what do we do with that?
Yeah, I agree with what you just said. You realize, wow, that might not be true. People may be.
Now I'm really self-aware. I say, oh my God, I've been getting even that my kids. I'm like, you never change. You keep doing this. You never change, right? So,
Yeah, there are that I think you're absolutely right. I agree with you. There's something in that that's not 100% true. Excellent. So when we think about this personality stuff, is the screen large enough again for you to see the slides?
yes.
And I'm not going to switch to presenter's view. I'm just going to stay here because this is very basic. I want to just give the overview that there's about 4 general categories of traditional personality theory. It's always evolving. There are new theories being created. But these are the 4 sort of traditional. There's the psychodynamic at the root of personality. So the way they look at personality is from a psychological perspective. They're looking at the psychodynamics. Then there's the trait approaches where you look at different traits or different types. And then there's the humanistic, which is much more existential, but sort of the narrative would be in that. They're looking at the person as a human being, and then as a whole human being, and with existential questions and meaning, etc. And then number 4, looking at a person mindful of social learning, so social context, and of the systems that operate within our social context. So let me say a little bit more about each one and kind of flag the key names. So the psychodynamic roots, no surprise, you'll hear names like Freud and Jung, and we will take a closer look at Erickson's stages of life cycle stages. It's an intrapersonal focus. Their suggestion is that it's an unconscious process by which you develop your personality and that you go through stages and develop your personality. And so at the root of it is psychology. So Freud, Jung, etc. Then that second one that looks at traits and types, that's what you did with Joseph. That temperament theory, that's a very ancient one. And it looks at different types. So there's 4 categories in that temperament theory that you did. or maybe MDTI, Myers-Briggs type indicator. You learn you're an introvert or you're judgmental or whatever, right? Or the Big Five, which is one that I'm going to share with you here. It's a little bit more modern. And then the Enneagram, which has 9 personality orientations with a particular focus on spirituality and growth. All of these look at traits and types and sort of break people's personalities into particular traits and types. And then that third category, that humanistic existential, you'll see names like Rogers, Maslow, Frankl. And in the book that we're reading for this unit, when you look through the other chapters to see what other chapter you might like to present on, you'll see their names. And their personality theories tend to center around the growth-oriented model. It's centered around their understanding of authenticity and meaning. And so their models are centered around those ideals. And again, in the textbook that we're using for class, you'll be able to say, oh, well, let me see Rogers or Maslow, get a little closer. And then the final one is 4, the social learning and systems, Bandura and Bowen, because they say, hey, personalities develop in a very interactional way, in a relational way, in an adaptive way. So let's look at the systems. So Bowen says the main one is the family systems. So that's a type of personality theory that draws on an understanding of personalities, saying personalities evolve in a relational and adaptive way. So those are the 4 broad categories. So when it comes to the application of personality theory in chaplaincy, what are we talking about? Do we want you to be experts at identifying people's personality? Well, think of it in 4 categories: self-awareness, spiritual care encounters, spiritual care, and then group dynamics. So let me just spend a little time on each one. So it's critical as a chaplain when you think about personality theory is self-awareness. Chaplains use personality theory first and foremost to learn about themselves, their tendencies, their strengths, and their areas of growth. This self-knowledge helps them recognize how they enter relationships and situations of care. So the primary use, even in your outcomes and indicators, of personality theory in chaplaincy is for self-awareness. So you can move through all sorts of personality theories, and you can pick and choose what may work for you or doesn't work for you. For whatever reason, I have a block on the Enneagram. Every time I take it, I get a different outcome, which isn't all that strange because personalities can change. But also, I just can't keep it straight. I can't remember it. I can't, it just doesn't work for me. But I have found I still have done it and read the type that I came out and said, oh, this is interesting or helpful. Because the key is self-awareness. What can this teach me about me? So in that second category, well, what about my spiritual encounters? Where does personality theory now show up with my spiritual encounter? Chaplains recognize that what might appear as a personality trait in a care recipient may also be survival mechanisms shaped by systemic oppression. That's a very womanist interpretation. Basically saying this: the aim is not to label others. You're not using personality theories to just label other people as that's your role or your task, Kate, but to meet them with humility, respect, and openness as we come alongside them. And what personality theory helps me do is perhaps have some curiosity. Oh, this person is functioning in what I might describe as an introvert. Or if I use Erickson's theory, I might say, oh, they're at this stage of development, it seems, or whatever the theory is. So you are very loose in allowing the personality theories to inform your assessment of the care recipient. You're not trying to put on labels. That's not the aim, but it may help you come alongside them. And what the womanist critique, if you will, is to say, hey, let's just be real. Personality theories are not necessarily these scientific based things, even though they're in behavioral sciences. They have ebb and flow, and they're influenced by culture, and most of them are based on males in a Western context and affluent males and literate males, right? So there's some limitations. So these hold personality labels very loosely and recognize that what you're seeing may actually be a survival mechanism shaped by someone's context, more than just this is their personality trait, they're an introvert. And then the last one is the actual spiritual care. So if hey, I'm using it initially, it's all about my self-awareness. What's up with me? Then, as I go into the encounter, I'm aware of what I'm bringing in. Now, what am I observing? How do I loosely hold what I'm observing and try to categorize it in ways not to label the person, but to help me be curious and loosely hold this person in this encounter. And then in my actual care, what we could call, Kate, my intervention, because that comes after my assessment, I resist reducing the person to the personality trait like you're just an introvert. Instead, I seek to honor the fullness of human complexity. So in my intervention, I'm like, okay, I'm experiencing someone that I might label as an introvert, but I'm not going to let that be the sole thing that determines the actual care I give them. I want to keep coming alongside them. And I might say, well, what might be helpful from a trauma-informed care perspective if this person is an introvert? Or what might be helpful from a personality perspective if this person is an introvert? Perhaps they need more space, perhaps they need more time, etc. So I'm holding it loosely as I'm moving into an intervention. Okay, so these are the ways that I think personality theory informs our work as chaplains. So to illustrate it, I want, oh, the last one, number 4, I'm sorry. This one is perhaps the most accessible to us immediately with all of our clinical jargon is group dynamics. So in our CPE groups, but also in care teams and other group settings, but definitely in our CPE groups, students learn how their personalities interact and can even trigger one another. So we can use some of the clinical language and we can use some of the personality trait, and that awareness of one's growing edges, whatever your growth edges might be, it can create a place of support, mutual learning, and accountability. I'm able to say, wow, Kate, every time you begin your presentation, I first encounter you, I'm just making this up, as an extrovert and high energy and movement. And I realize it irritates me. So that's something in my personality that is triggered by something in your personality and your presentation, and my awareness of it can help me grow, as well as it may create some accountability in you. And you might say, wow, so everybody's not going to be all high energy and out there. So I might need to find ways to have an ebb and flow. I made that up completely, Kate. It's just completely. So in our group interactions, we want to do more than observe Tuckman's stages of forming, storming, norming, performing, right? That's good. But we also want to be attentive to what are some of these group dynamics? Who speaks first often? Who claims more space? Who steps back, claims less space? How can I interact in a way that invites the one who doesn't claim any space or might make the one who claims more space than others mindful of that? How do I navigate that group dynamic? So that's one of the things we ask you to do when we say identify the strengths of a colleague and the areas of growth. And so one of the things that you want to inform you is personality traits. Like, what do you know about this personality of this person as you've progressed? You might not have all the technical terms in time with them over the group that gives you some clue on how you might frame an area of growth so that they could receive it. How you might frame an affirmation so that they can receive it. And you're learning that. And this is a great place to try it and see in the group, because you may get it completely wrong, but you're trying it. And it's so helpful. Any questions about that before we just go into a role play and kind of talk about it? Any questions about sort of this big view of personality theory and how we might use it in chaplaincy? Kate.
Yes. So you started, and again, just trying to walk through this, is with the womanist theory that we're interrogating the system in relation to individuals. So myself and the person I'm engaging with, but asking questions using tools in connection with kind of a systemic view of who we are, where we are, all of it. And then when we get to the group piece, I hear that individual to individual action, but I've lost the systemic piece in the group dynamic. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Not going to necessarily say the systemic piece in the group dynamic, but in any of our group dynamics. So if you were to just say, let me look at this group right now, it seems that we are forming. We've shared our narratives. We've each engaged one another. We've offered feedback, constructive feedback, affirming feedback. We are coming together as a group with a common goal of learning. So that's a forming. And then there'll be some other aspects of our group dynamic that may emerge over time, like sounds like an individual, but it isn't. Kate may stop talking. She may have nothing to contribute anymore in the rest of the group. And it could because Alice offered critique in a way that shut Kate down. And Alfredo observes that. And so in IPG, Alfredo might say, Kate, I've noticed you're not contributing as much as you did. And you might say, there's no reason. And Alfredo may say, but I noticed it kind of happened around the same time Alice gave you this feedback. And then you might go, oh, and Alice might go, oh, I remember doing that. And so we might have a conversation that then explores what happened. And that group dynamic would be a performing dynamic where we're now engaging one another for purposes of learning and talking about even things that one might consider difficult to talk about. How does that work? Got it? Okay. All right, so let's do this little role play. I need a chaplain, and of course, right? And I'll read the parentheses because we don't have enough people. And the background is, I'm sharing my screen again, right? I'm gonna invite you to, oh wait, if I do the presenters mode, are you able? No, you're not able to reduce it. Okay. So I'm gonna leave it on the screen and we're gonna make it work and then we're gonna share. So the setting is a very short routine. It's a chaplain visit in a setting of your choice. So whoever volunteers to be the chaplain, tell us what the setting is. You're making rounds, you're introducing yourself to someone for the first time. And the care recipient or the spiritual care recipient, they're just somebody who's friendly and reserved, and they respond very politely. So here are the instructions. The chaplain, you're going to try to engage in a very short visit, maybe a few minutes. You're going to notice how you feel in the silence that comes up and pay attention to what assumptions you make. And then for the person who volunteers to be the care recipient, I'll keep your answers brief, polite. I don't have a problem with you going off script, but I really want you to listen and don't feel compelled to open up. And then observers, all of us are observers, and we're just paying attention. We're just paying attention. So who'll be our chaplain?
I'm gonna try it.
Great. Alfredo's the chaplain. Who will be the care recipient? Was that you, Alice? Okay. So then I actually think parentheses would be you, Kate. Okay, it's only 1.5 slides. It's not long. Okay, so chaplain, before we start, what's your setting gonna be?
Okay, my clinical size in a hospital.
Okay, good
Oh,
enough. Take it away.
hi, I am the chaplain. I just want to check and I see how you are doing today.
Kate, you've got the parentheses.
Nods politely, softly.
Who's gonna be next?
Alice, you're on mute.
Yes, you are welcome here.
So first you'll say, I'm fine, thank you.
It's not on there.
You don't see
It's a
it?
role play.
Maybe I can make it a little bigger. Can you see it now? Okay, so then the chaplain picks up here.
I noticed you are quiet. It is okay that I am here.
Nods, small smile.
You're mute, Alice, again.
Oh, why was I?
Yes.
Yes, you are welcome here.
Chaplain pauses. Silence. Tries again.
Is there anything on your mind or anything you are like to share?
Shakes head slightly.
No, just listening.
Short silence again. Chaplain starts to feel tension.
I wonder you are shy or not used to talking with chaplains.
Calmly.
No, it's how I was raised to listen.
Very good. That's it. So let's talk. Let's talk. Thank you, by the way. Excellent. Well done. So let's talk about chaplain. What did you think about this not much to say care recipient?
Okay, I feel like she was shy. Okay, I can say kind of scared, and she could be close because maybe she has some traumas dealing with the people in authority
Mhm.
or with the men.
All right. Very good. How did you feel in the silence?
I feel uncomfortable. I feel not being accepted, and I thought I don't make any connection with
Very
the
good.
charisma.
Excellent. Anybody have feedback for Alfredo and say, oh, I identify with that or
From the perspective of the chaplain, I can understand how you read the room and read the interaction. But what if personality trait plays in? Would there be a way of reframing?
yeah, what might that be?
That is somebody who is withdrawn somehow because
Huh.
something is going on. It has nothing to do with you.
Okay,
So it's withdrawn and unattached.
okay.
So they cave into oneself. And then even the smile could be performative,
Okay,
not necessarily how they really feel.
okay.
Um,
Very good. Kate, any observations or thoughts? Very good.
I think I saw it differently than both of you. And maybe it was the way that Alice spoke warmly that impacted me, but she said, "You're welcome here," which, if someone welcomes you into a space and then is quiet, to me, that's a neutral space. And I wondered as we were reading if it was more about the chaplain's need to feel like something was happening in the space rather than just receiving the fact that the person was in the space and welcoming. And I might have just responded differently based on that observation. So I didn't see it as an uncomfortable thing. I saw it as just a curious, like, you're here, you're welcoming me, you're quiet.
I keep inviting you as chaplain to talk, and you keep listening. So our interpretations of that experience are a reflection of our personalities. We bring all that in the room. We have some value about silence that we bring in the room. We have some value about, if I try to get you to talk and you don't talk, I done told you I'm the chaplain. We're bringing all of that. So the huge statement, "You are welcome here," we turn it way down because our personality is interpreting the events. And you can't get more welcoming than, "You are welcome here." And then the other clue that we might miss was in the powerful statement, beautiful inquiry by the chaplain, with a lot of judgment though, but you're not talking, you're really quiet. And that's how I was raised to listen. So that there's a cultural component where the greatest way that care recipient could demonstrate respect was to listen. That when someone comes into your space, you don't talk, you honor them, tell them they're welcome, and you listen. So the chaplain assumes you're just quiet. They may use the personality trait, "You're an introvert," or "There's something wrong. You're not accepting me. You don't know how to work with chaplains." And it could be just the opposite. This is how I honor you with my silence. So the personality theory gets turned on us first. Oh, this I'm uncomfortable in this silence. What did, so that I can know I'm showing up in this room. Now how can I just hear, "You are welcome here"? And you would have responded differently if you heard that. You would have acknowledged it. You would have expressed appreciation. And the conversation went on somewhat static, intentionally to create these awkward spaces of silence. But if you had heard that, the conversation would have moved in a different direction. And instead of turning that down, because the silence was so loud. Does that make sense? So
Yes.
turn the personality trait skills on you. Allow yourself to loosely hold labels about them and use that for curiosity. So instead of the line in um the little interaction was, "I think you just don't know how to talk to chaplains." That's an assessment and an explanation of the silence, but you could explore it. Why are you not talking to me? And maybe then you'd get, "That's how I was raised," which is what she said. "Can you say more about that?" And then you'd get to hear, "Well, in my culture, da 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 da." Now your personality would be, "Oh, I feel so much better. It's not me. Now I can engage at another place." So feedback, thoughts, that's it. You're turning the personality theory on you. You are looking at it on them. You're holding it loosely, mainly for a point of curiosity, not label. I don't like silence. I've learned over the years to appreciate it. But when you're sitting there with the patient and you got 10 more visits and they're quiet, I wish you would say something. But we learn. We learn how to go into the silence. I often say in conversation with verbatims, I often say, stop. You'll ask a long question and I'll say, what about just that first part and stop? Don't say anything else. And just see what they say. So the person, again, in the dialogue says, I don't think you know how to talk to chaplains. You're so quiet. It's like, do you? How can I turn that into curiosity? Because that's about me. That's it. That's how we use personality theory. Comments, thoughts, feedback. And again, you have one already, temperament. You got one in the first unit, but you may not remember, which is fine. We're going to add the big five and we're going to add Erickson's. So you'll have 3 theories you're kind of playing with. When you do the video assignment, I will ask you to use those particular personality traits and label all those characters in the movie, because we can label in movies. So you'll label them and see how it might inform the spiritual care you provide, because you get to try it on. Okay? All right, I'm done. Good response, Alfredo. In my personality, I take that as home run. Any questions, feedback, anything not clear? This framing of personality theory is critical because we're flipping it, but then we're going to teach how to do it in assessment. But always remember, the first and foremost, I put it on myself, even if it's not a theory that I particularly am drawn to. So if I'm talking to someone and I'm appreciating, Alice has used the term a few times, there may be some attachment issues here. I'm going to turn that on myself. What are my attachment issues? So I don't experience this person through my personality. That's how I can set it aside. When I turn it back on myself, oh yeah. And then I can proceed. And I may be wrong, might not be that. It's okay. Turn it on ourselves, assess how we're showing up. We loosely apply labels, largely use them for curiosity, to feed, to explore more. And that's it. All right. Your silence says it's beautiful. Would you please take a 10-minute break?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Kate. I thought you were going to let Alice win.
Apparently not today, but okay.
I'm waiting.
Do you get stronger in the later rounds, Alice? Are you a long distance runner? Okay, so I don't have, I finished logistics. I really wanted to just give that overview for personality. We've covered everything, with the exception of IPG. So I want to extend the invitation to you to determine, do you want to have IPG now or do you not? And why am I offering the option? Because I realize it's our first IPG and Audrey is not here. We can have it without her, but I'm just bringing it up because we are forming a group and it may or may not matter to you or us or to the whole group dynamic, but I at least throw it out as an option. And you may, if you have yes, no, all of the above is fine. I don't have a preference. It's totally up to you.
I will wait for Audrey, but it's also because I'm tired. Honest.
Alfredo, I almost made it to 15 before Alice spoke, but I didn't quite make it. I was counting, but I didn't make it. She was trying to hold out. Good job, Alice. You
Donna knows that.
I'm gonna,
made it
Donna,
to
they think
12.
I'm speaking for everyone. Donna knows that
yeah,
anytime to go,
I
I'm
just,
willing to go.
I'm
Alfredo,
gonna
I
say,
spoke for you.
I'm gonna say, let Alice decide.
No, Alfredo, now I'm taking the heat. You know I'm speaking for you too.
I know.
I'm just talking to Kate. Kate, did you have anything that you wanted to
I
share?
mean, can we vote for a team captain? Because I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
All right. It is critical.
It's
And
funny. One time I just said, yes, let's go. And Victor tells me, thank you. I'm like, but I'm taking the heat by myself.
no, they're taking it with you. Don't, that's your personality interpreting their silence. You gotta remember this. All right. It is very critical that first time we have IPG together, and I get it, and I'm yielding to that and asking you again, please take a moment. If you haven't responded to my IS request, do. I'm getting ready to take a look at those emails now. And we can end right here. Have a good night, and I will see you next week. There are no objections, Alice. Kate's not objecting. Alfredo's not objecting. It's a group form decision.
Kate has been working all day and on call. So
This is true, and I might have to go in the middle of the night, as you all know. So thanks for your grace in that sense.
yeah.
And we wish you the best with that.